Hey everyone, it's the weather forecaster Liam. Sorry about that. This is live hurricane coverage of major category 4 Hurricane Laura. And if you watched my video yesterday, you saw that it was really likely that it was going to make landfall on southwestern Louisiana as a possible major Category 3 hurricane. Well, it achieved Category 3 status early this morning and has been strengthening ever since. So it is now a Category 4 hurricane. You can see that in the lower right corner of your screen. It has maximum sustained winds of 145 miles an hour, a maximum low pressure of 948 millibars, and is currently moving northwest at 16 miles an hour. And this was updated at 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. This is expected to make landfall on southwestern Louisiana within the next, I would say, 5 to 8 hours, depending on how fast it goes, going closer towards Louisiana. Though right now we have 3 tornado warnings. There was around 7 tornado warnings at one point because there's actually some wind shear over Texas and Louisiana, so whatever storms do go over land, they are really likely to spawn tornadoes, and you can see I already have 3 separate tornado warnings as of this time. Get to those in just a second, though. Let's switch the radar site to southwestern Louisiana. And you can very clearly see major Hurricane Laura right there. It's roughly around 200 miles or a little more, give or take, off the coast of Louisiana. And let's shift this over to base velocity. This is the velocity going away and towards the radar site, and you can see that there is some incredibly strong winds here. This dark blue right here, that is over 140 miles an hour. A little bit to the west on the other side of the eye wall, a little over 110 miles an hour, though still very, very strong major hurricane. And I remember yesterday there was storm surge possible that was around up to 13 feet of storm surge in some portions of southwestern Louisiana. I'll have the map of that coming up in just a bit, but that has been upgraded to 20 feet storm surge. Yes, 20 feet of storm surge is possible in south central Louisiana from major Hurricane Laura. And we only have a couple of more hours before we really start going downhill. Already have some tropical storm conditions, lots of tornadoes that have been spawning. In fact, let's go to those now. Let's go to the radar site just northeast of New Orleans. Let's take a look at these 3 tornado warnings. Now, we have one. Let's start off with the one over here. This is north of New Roads. National Weather Service in New Orleans issued a tornado warning for central West Feliciana Parish in southwestern Louisiana, north central Pontecorpe Parish in southeastern Louisiana, and southwestern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana until 4:45 p.m. Central Time. If you live within those areas, those parishes, make sure to get safe. There's a possible tornado currently happening or on the way. The Zachary area, Watson area, and this is not into western Louisiana. This is actually close to New Orleans, so I'm going to have to watch this near the Baton Rouge area. Another tornado warning. This is just northeast of Baton Rouge, and also east of Baton Rouge near Livingston. So let's switch this over now onto storm relative velocity. So this is what it currently looks like, and this is the velocity going away and towards the radar site relative to the storm's motion, so we're able to see tight circulations better. So this tornado warning in Livingston, it does not look like it's around anymore. There's really not much rotation, so that's good news. The one near Zachary, there's a little bit near Watson, though it's very weak, thankfully. And I'm expecting a lot of them to be weak. Just really quick spin-ups may cause some damage to some houses, so we'll have to watch that throughout the rest of this evening. Kind of hard to pinpoint any sort of rotation. Only one I'm really seeing possibly is right around the Baines area, southwest of Wakefield. There's a little bit, but thankfully not too much. And again, this is mainly going to be the case tonight with all these tornadoes that do pop up across Louisiana, possibly Mississippi, and also southeastern Texas. Though Hurricane Laura moving very fast and on the way to Louisiana. So now let's go over to the latest satellite imagery of Hurricane Laura. Let me switch that over here. And you can see this storm has really, really improved since the last time we saw it. Last time we saw it, it really didn't even have an eye. It didn't have an eye wall at all. It was trying to get its act together. It did very late last night, and has really been just strengthening ever since. And this is an incredibly healthy hurricane. You can see how large it is. It's still growing, as you can see. These cirrus clouds just basically blossoming over the incredibly warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Very well defined eye wall, and continuing to strengthen with even deeper convection again around the eye wall. And this storm is moving very fast. It looks like it's going to make landfall somewhere in very, very southwestern Louisiana, southeastern Texas, right around the border there. And we could have over 150 mile an hour wind gusts, and also, again, 20 feet in storm surge. And most of Louisiana, especially closer to the coast, is below sea level, so that even makes things worse. So now let's go over to the National Weather Service hazards map. Focus on the south central United States. All these areas shaded in this very dark pink, those are hurricane warnings in effect. So much of southwestern and western Louisiana, very southeastern Texas, all under hurricane warnings. Outside of those hurricane warnings are tropical storm warnings shaded in the burgundy color that extend actually into some portions. So we're really going to have to watch that further on into Arkansas, even in some portions of western Tennessee and southeastern Missouri for the potential of hurricane force wind gusts. So definitely going to have to watch that. So now let's take a look at the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So as we go over to the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, over on into the latest information on Hurricane Laura. This is as of the 4 p.m. Central Time advisory. So let me expand this just a little here. There we go. All right, so Laura is maximum sustained winds of 145 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at a pretty good pace of 15 miles an hour. And one thing you probably see on this map that kind of catches your eye, and that's that tropical storm force wind extent. That is this yellow shaded color right here. That is all tropical storm force winds, and it's very, very large, along with the hurricane force wind extent. Those areas shaded in red are under hurricane warnings, and the areas shaded in blue are under tropical storm warnings, and also some hurricane watches are still issued along the coast of Louisiana. So now let's take a look at the power outage map. Let's get the latest update on this. Thankfully, don't have much power outages. Looks to be in Louisiana, we have around 6,800 as of this time. I am 100% certain this number is going to go up dramatically throughout the evening, overnight tonight, not just for Louisiana, but also for Texas, Mississippi, and Arkansas. All right, so now let's go back to the current radar here. Let me switch this back to one panel. Let's take a look at those tornado warnings. Thankfully, now we only have one tornado warning in effect, which is very good news. This is a little further east of Baton Rouge in Louisiana, northeast of Livingston. We have a tornado warning. Let me see what this is, the info on this. National Weather Service in New Orleans issued a tornado warning for southern Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, and East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana. And this is for until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. And let's take a look at storm relative velocity here. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of rotation, not incredibly strong. This is, again, just north of the Albany and northeast of the Livingston area. If you happen to be in this area, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. So, thankfully, only one tornado warning as of this time. There was quite a lot earlier, as I said. There was up to 7 tornado warnings, I do believe. So, it was quite active. So now let's go back to the National Weather Service. Let's go back to latest info on Laura, but let's go over to some of the products. Let's see how much rainfall we could see from Hurricane Laura. You can see some places in southwestern Louisiana, very eastern Texas, and southern Arkansas could see between 4 and 10 inches of rain, maybe even some isolated more higher amounts than that, especially the closer to the coast you go. And really what we're all talking about right now is this incredible amount of storm surge that is expected. So let me zoom in on here. As you can see, there's just an incredible amount of storm surge expected all the way from Galveston Bay all the way into southern Mississippi. Now, 1 to 4 feet isn't an incredibly large amount, but when we start getting into the Rockefeller Wildfire Refuge area, Johnson Bayou, we start seeing 10 to 20 feet storm surge. Just really incredible amounts of storm surge that in some instances will totally cover 2-story houses. So just to give you a perspective on how much storm surge we're going to see possibly from Hurricane Laura. So now let's go to the storm surge map here. This shows you exactly how far inland this storm surge could get. And you can see quite far inland, almost all the way up to the Lake Charles area. In fact, north of the Lake Charles area. Area shaded in red could see 9 feet storm surge. Area shaded in, orange could see 6 feet above ground, greater than 3 feet above ground in the yellow, and greater than 1 foot above ground in the blue. Seeing a lot of red, that's definitely not good. And you can see just how far it goes up north of the Lake Charles area. And there's, let me switch over to the satellite view. You can see some areas on the coast, also in red, and this extends for a good portion of Louisiana, even to some portions of southeastern Texas, near the Baymount area. Not quite out of the question to see some pretty decent storm surge there. Now let me take a look at the arrival time of these winds. So let me go over here the next 3 days. This is for hurricane force winds right around 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. You can expect hurricane force winds in some portions of southern Louisiana. Past that, I would say right after midnight or right around 10 p.m. Eastern time, 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Central time. Start getting into the central portions of Louisiana and also very eastern Texas. So now let's take a look really quick at a hurricane model projection. Let me zoom it in a little here so you can see it better. This is the HWRF model, and this is in knots. So here is the future forecast from this hurricane model. This model really specializes in hurricanes, so it has a few more products. So let's go forward. This is to this evening, right around 8 p.m. tonight, just around 2.5 hours away from now. You can see some very strong winds expected with maximum winds of 120 knots. Now this model doesn't really see Laura intensifying any more than it is. And in fact, there's a little wind shear around Texas and Louisiana, hence why we're seeing a lot of tornadoes spawn, though not sure exactly how much that'll affect Laura. I'm not really thinking it'll affect it much at all. It may weaken it slightly before landfall into a low-grade Category 4, though even if it does, not really going to see much of a difference. We're still going to see very, very dangerous storm surge, incredibly strong winds of a major hurricane, and also over a foot of rainfall is possible. And this takes it inland into Louisiana, still braining hurricane force wind gusts into the northern portions of Louisiana, and even a chance for some tropical storm force wind gusts into the state of Arkansas. Now that is one model. Let's go to the latest run of the GFS. Going to take this back a few to right around the current time as we wait for this model to load. There we go. So this model is actually not up to date with the current information. This is the latest run. It is only seeing this storm at around a Category 2. So this storm really intensified very quickly. It was looking very organized last night. It just got more organized as the night went on, and has increased by roughly 70 miles an hour in the last 24 hours. Really incredible how fast this storm has grown. As you can see, just how well defined that eye is in Hurricane Laura. Only a couple more hours away from landfall of Hurricane Laura. I'll be right here on TRA Weather with live hurricane coverage of Hurricane Laura. I'll keep you up to date on the latest tornado warnings, also the National Hurricane Center watches, advisories, and warnings on Laura, as well as live hurricane weather cams around Louisiana and Texas. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and subscribe to TRA Weather, and also check out the links listed below to my Twitter and Instagram page, and also an invite link to my new weather Discord channel. I will be back the second we have a brand new tornado warning, or when we have new information on Hurricane Laura. Hey everyone, it's the weather forecaster Liam here with a quick update on Major Hurricane Laura. So far, we currently have one flash flood warning, one special marine warning, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, though thankfully those severe thunderstorm warnings are not affiliated with Laura, but we do have one tornado warning that is, and it has stuck around for quite a while. So let's switch over to radar sites. Let's go further towards the east near New Orleans. So a lot of that tornado warning, it was just northeast of Livingston before, but now it has made its way northwest of Independence and is now southwest of Greensburg. So the latest on this tornado warning, National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for western St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana and northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana. And that is in effect, this tornado warning that is, until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. So let's take a look at storm relative velocity. We're able to see tight circulations with storm relative velocity. We do have some wind shear around this area. So there is a pretty good chance that we will see a lot of tornadoes within this region tonight across Louisiana, southwestern Mississippi, all the way into some portions of southeastern Texas even. So definitely want to watch that, though. If you do live in those parishes I listed, make sure to get safe because you are under a tornado warning. Though really quick before we do go, let's see if we can see correlation coefficient. We're able to see some debris sometimes with these tornadoes, though thankfully I'm not seeing any of that, which is good news. So back to base reflectivity, got isolated tropical bands from Hurricane Laura reaching into some portions of central and northern Louisiana. In fact, let's go a little north towards the Alexandria area in Louisiana. A lot of pop-ups across eastern Texas and Louisiana. Some of these are from Hurricane Laura, and Hurricane Laura's major rain bands are actually incredibly close to making landfall on Louisiana, as you can see here. And this storm just does not look very impressive on satellite, and I'll show you that in just a second. But it also looks very impressive on radar. You can have some storms that you can kind of look at on radar, and it just doesn't look all that impressive. This one does. It looks incredibly impressive. Very heavy rain. Notice a lot of oranges and reds showing up, and this storm is moving at a pace as shown in the lower right portion of your screen, northwest at 16 miles an hour. So moving very fast and very far inland, all the way into some portions of Arkansas, northeastern Texas, and even southeastern Oklahoma do have to watch Laura because it could still have hurricane force wind gusts by the time it gets up there. And by the way, the National Hurricane Center did update a little bit of their cone for the future, and they anticipate Laura to strengthen even more to 150 miles an hour before making landfall on Louisiana or very southeastern Texas. And that is just 6 miles an hour short of being a major Category 5 hurricane. Yesterday at this time, there was a chance that this storm wouldn't even get to Category 2 strength, and now we're talking about a possibly Cat 5 hurricane making landfall in Louisiana and affecting Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas with over 20 feet storm surge in some areas, especially, let me zoom in here, Lake Arthur, Cameron area, Lafayette. Gonna have to watch those areas. Some decent storm surges expected for you guys. I will show you that. Let's do that right now, actually. So let me pause my radar here. Let me go over to the satellite imagery of Hurricane Laura. All right, 1 second. There we go. You can see incredibly impressive and just continues to strengthen, even getting out of some of the warmer waters in the Gulf and even possibly encountering some wind shear across Texas and Louisiana, hence why we're seeing a lot of these tornadoes popping up, but still continues to battle through it and just continues to look healthier pretty much every single time I look at it. I have not looked at this storm and said, man, this storm is starting to weaken. It just keeps getting stronger. See a very, very well-defined eye. In fact, it's, again, continues to get more well-defined. Very deep convection, those dark black colors and also the white showing up there. indication of a lot of thunderstorms and heavy rain, as you saw on Doppler radar just a little bit ago. And a lot of that's also getting into portions of Louisiana, hence why we're seeing those thunderstorms. So just a very, very impressive Hurricane Laura, and possibly going to be even stronger within the next National Hurricane Center update. So let's go over to the current National Hurricane Center track. This is for the next, I should say, 5 days. Rather large here. In fact, I would not like that. Let's go over to here so we have a better view of it. Let's do 3 days so you guys can see it a little better. All right, so this is the latest update as of 4 p.m. Central Time on Hurricane Laura. You can see this yellow shades right here. That is the tropical storm force wind extent. It's just incredibly large. I mean, if it would be over the center of Louisiana, that tropical storm force winds would exceed the entire state of Louisiana. Just to give you a perspective on how large the tropical storm force wind field is. And also the hurricane force wind field is also growing as of with time. Red areas here, that is hurricane warnings. Blue areas, tropical storm warnings. And there's a little bit of pink here and there. Those are hurricane watches. And let's go over to the peak storm surge. And this is, I think, going to be one of, if not the biggest threat we're going to see with Laura. Once you start getting the 4 to 7 feet storm surge, that's when it starts getting high. 8 to 12, that is definitely something you need to keep an eye on. But we're not just talking about 8 to 12. We're talking about 10 to 20 feet storm surge. Imagine that. That can cover some 2-story houses with 20 feet of storm surge. And this could actually get pretty far inland. So let me take a look, show you guys how far this could get inland in Louisiana. And Louisiana and southeastern Texas is actually, some of the areas are below sea level. So it's incredibly easy for any level of storm surge to get into Louisiana. And we're talking about possibly 20 feet of storm surge. So all the areas shaded in red are greater than 9 feet above ground of storm surge. And that just covers a ginormous area of southwestern Louisiana. Orange areas, 6 feet. Yellow areas, down to 3 feet. And blue, down to 1 feet. And it's just an incredibly large area. And storm surge is going to be one of the main concerns, if not, again, the main concern with Hurricane Laura. So let's take a look at the latest advisory. This is for 4 p.m. Central Time. These are some of the key messages from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Laura. So 1, unsurvivable. Storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Sea Rim State Park, Texas, to Intercoastal City, Louisiana, including Calcasieu and Sambane Lakes. The surge could penetrate up to 40 miles inland. I even saw some areas that could go further than that from the immediate coastline, and floodwaters will not fully recede for several days after the storm. Yeah, you think the storm surge that is planning on coming into Louisiana and into some parts of Texas, that's not going to go away for a little while. It's not just going to be an overnight thing. It's going to last quite a while over the next few days. All right, number 2, hurricane force winds are expected tonight in portions of the hurricane warned area. I'll show you that in just a moment. With catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eye wall moves onshore. Hurricane force winds and widespread damage and wind gusts will spread well inland because the storm is moving so fast. And the damage and wind gusts will spread well inland into portions of extreme eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday, even to some portions of Arkansas. Now 3, widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon into Thursday from far eastern Texas into Louisiana and Arkansas. This will also lead to minor to moderate freshwater river flooding, the heavy rainfall threat, possibly over a foot of rain, and flash flooding in urban areas. Potential will spread northward into the middle Mississippi Valley, Ohio, and also Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday. So a lot to talk about here. Let's right before I do get to the latest hurricane watches and warnings, let's go to the wind speed probabilities. So this is an incredibly large area because there seems to be also a chance for this storm to re-strengthen once it gets into the Atlantic again. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But almost the entire state of Louisiana, besides the very eastern half, has a near 100% chance. You can see this purple down here. Very eastern Texas, very high chance. Southern Arkansas, high chance. And southwestern Mississippi, a very high chance. Now over to the hurricane force wind speed probabilities. Much of western Louisiana has a very good chance. Some areas have a 100% chance of seeing it. And also the very eastern portion of Texas. Anywhere outside of those two states, thankfully at this moment, has less than a 5% chance of happening. But hurricane force wind gusts are possible into Arkansas and western Mississippi. Alright, so now let's go on over to the National Weather Service hazards map. This is for the south central United States. We're focused on this area because this is where the hurricane warnings and watches are. So the area shaded in this kind of reddish pink area, those are hurricane warnings. So if you live within those areas, very western Louisiana, southeastern Texas, though you're under a hurricane warning, which means you are going to experience hurricane conditions within the next 24 hours. Now, this darker burgundy color, those are tropical storm warnings. Not exactly hurricane warnings, though the conditions for tropical storm force winds and conditions can be expected within, again, the next 24 hours, much sooner than that. In fact, some places have already seen that. In this dark green shaded area, those are flash flood watches due to the potential for over a foot of rainfall in some areas. Now, I do believe we just got a brand new tornado warning. I'm going to go to that in just a second. Though before we do, let's take a look at the power outage map. This is definitely going to go up throughout the night. I'm expecting an insane amount of outages. Though thankfully, we do not have many at this time. Roughly 6,200 in both the states of Louisiana and Texas. Alright, so now switching back to Doppler radar. Let me go back to one panel so we don't see four of those. Still talking about that one tornado warning. Wasn't an incredibly strong rotation, but was still enough. And actually, I think is this a new one? In fact, this is a brand new one. So this one up here. This was the existing tornado warning, and this is a brand new one down here. So let's take a look at this one. Let me get some info on it. If it shows up for me. There we go. National Weather Service, tornado warning for southwestern St. Helena Parish. Same parish as before in southwestern Louisiana. North central Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana. Southeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana. And northeastern East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana. Until 6 p.m. Central Time and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So this is just northeast of the Baton Rouge area. Let's switch to storm relative velocity. This is base velocity. There we go. And yeah, definitely some rotation, about as strong as the other one. We have winds of right around 15 miles an hour one direction and 21 miles an hour, but in the exact opposite direction over a very small space. So if you live in those parishes I listed, not really showing any major cities coming up here, maybe Bluff Creek, Pine Grove. If you have any friends or family that live there, make sure to give them a heads up. There is a tornado warning in effect for that region. Still dealing with this tornado warning up here. This actually looks slightly more healthier than it did last time. 31 miles per hour one direction and 13 miles per hour in the exact opposite direction. And near the Flexville and Clinton areas, you are under this tornado warning and might experience this tornado very shortly. So make sure to get to your tornado safe place. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. And just got a brand new radar scan showing pretty much the same, maybe a little broader. And this one down here also showing a decent amount of rotation. So those two tornado warnings up there. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings, but thankfully not affiliated with Hurricane Laura. So I'm going to keep this stream up, continue to update you guys throughout the evening and night tonight on major category 4 Hurricane Laura. I'll be with you the second there's a brand new tornado warning or I have brand new information on major category 4 Hurricane Laura. You're watching live hurricane coverage on TRA Weather. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and share the video. Also subscribe to the channel for the latest weather news and information. I'll be back the second I get new information on Hurricane Laura. All right, brand new tornado warning, and this is an extension to tornado warning that we've been watching for pretty much ever since this live stream started. So this is now working its way on over through, on over into Mississippi through the border of Louisiana. It was around the Clinton area, this tornado warning, but the National Weather Service has just issued a brand new tornado warning for Centerville in Mississippi, and just north of Wilson in very northeastern panhandle of Louisiana. So now let's take a look at this warning. National Weather Service in New Orleans issued a tornado warning for northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southwestern Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi, and southwestern Emmet County in southern Mississippi until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. This possible tornado, continues to hold up pretty well on the velocity scale. Here we go. It's in fact maybe even getting a little stronger, and just got a brand new run, 5 miles an hour one direction and 32 miles an hour in the exact opposite direction. So pretty good amount of vorticity here, just northeast of the Clinton area. Again, this will be making its way over to Mississippi, going out of the state of Louisiana. So if you live in those areas, those counties or parish I listed, make sure to get safe if you haven't already. There's a tornado warning in effect for your area, and in fact, we have this tornado warning down here. As I said before, this is actually much healthier rotation, 12 miles an hour one direction and 31 in the other. We also have a little bit of rotation to the west of here, north of Watson in southeastern, or I should say northeastern Louisiana. And so far, thankfully, those are the only two tornado warnings we have at this time. Now back over to base reflectivity, where the very first major bands of Hurricane Laura are approaching the Louisiana coast. So if you do live on the Louisiana coast or very close to it, you're definitely seeing those very dark clouds in the distance. Wind is definitely picking up, and it's beginning to rain, and it's only going to go downhill from there if you live in southern Louisiana. So in fact, let me change it over to base. Let me change that over to base velocity, and this actually shows us the velocity going away and towards the radar site. So this is the amount. Let me fix that over there. Alrighty. This shows us how fast the winds are in one direction and how fast they are in another direction going away and towards the radar site. Showing some very deep blues. This is right near the center of circulation in Hurricane Laura. Now I can see at the bottom of my radar software that seems to be this is maxing out at 142 miles an hour. So definitely have some darker shades there, but my radar will not pick up any more than 142 miles an hour. So from what I'm seeing here, it looks like Laura has continued to strengthen, and it looks to be strengthening as the evening goes on. As my radar is maxed out at 142 miles an hour, cannot go any more than that, because don't usually get that fast of tornadoes or even hurricanes. We'll continue to watch Hurricane Laura, bringing you the latest updates on that, and also the two tornado warnings we have in eastern Louisiana and now southwestern Mississippi. Hello everyone, weather forecaster Liam back again with another update on major category 4 Hurricane Laura. Right now, Laura is bringing 3 different tornadoes to portions of Louisiana and southwestern Mississippi. So now let's take a look at those, and these are just northeast of the Baton Rouge area. Currently have 3 separate tornado warnings. So let's check out the one up here in southwestern Mississippi. Let's go over to storm relative velocity. Should go over there. There we go. So we've been dealing with this tornado quite a while. Was south of Clinton. Now it is crossed over the border from Louisiana into Mississippi, though now it has weakened, and I really thankfully do not see any rotation. So hopefully the National Weather Service will not issue a new tornado warning, which is good news. Though if there is a possible tornado, it would be right around the Centerville and Woodville area. So we have another tornado warning down here, Clinton area. In fact, do I have the right radar site on? Let me go over here. Probably have a better view of this possible tornado. Well, the one near Centerville and Woodville, very weak rotation, definitely weakening. So hopefully that tornado will no longer be around much longer, sticking around over the past hour or so. The one down here in Clinton, just southeast of Clinton, you were dealing with a previous tornado warning. In fact, still under 2 separate tornado warnings as we speak right now. Southeast of Clinton, pretty decent rotation. Those bright reds showing up, 28 miles an hour one direction and 8 miles an hour, but in the exact opposite direction. So do have some rotation. Indicated by Doppler radar. So if you live near the Clinton area, west of Greensburg in Louisiana, make sure to get safe. And this is for northeastern East Feliciana Parish and southeastern Louisiana until 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So got about another couple more minutes, about 18 more minutes on that tornado warning. Have a brand new one. This is the newest one, I do believe. This is just north of Livingston, Louisiana, and east of Watson. There's a little bit of rotation, not incredibly strong, as I'm expecting a lot throughout the night tonight. We have some wind shear around Louisiana and Texas. Usually we get tornadoes regardless with a hurricane or tropical storm coming on land. But we actually have some wind shear, so probably going to see a lot of these tornadoes tonight, but hopefully they aren't very bad. Just some quick spin-ups that only last a couple minutes. Looks like we're only seen those so far, and seeing a little bit here. Again, just east of the Watson area, north of Livingston. A lot of parishes here, like St. Helena Parish, northeastern Livingston Parish, southeastern East Feliciana Parish, and also northeastern East Baton Rouge Parish and southeastern Louisiana. And this actually is only in effect for the next 2 minutes. So we'll see if the National Weather Service issues a new tornado warning. I think they will for this little area right here. And their brand new scan just came out. Continues to be pretty good rotation with that storm. So that is good news. We don't have any more tornado warnings, just those 3 in eastern Louisiana and southwestern Mississippi. Though we have an oncoming Russian Hurricane Laura, Category 4, 145 miles an hour and 948 millibars. Very, very strong hurricane. In fact, it may be slightly hard to see, but I actually put up the gusts around a Hurricane Laura up on the radar. We have a gust of 64 miles per hour right here. So have almost hurricane force wind gusts just offshore of Louisiana. A few other gusts just below tropical storm strength, 30 miles an hour, 26 miles an hour up here, 25 miles an hour. And just northeast of Galveston. Galveston, you got about 31 mile per hour wind gusts. New Orleans at around 25 to 30 miles per hour wind gusts. But do not worry, that will definitely change very quickly, I do believe, over the next couple hours. And in fact, I've had the Galveston, Texas cam up in the upper right corner, and that is what the ocean looks like right now. Definitely looking stormy. You can see Galveston is right over here on the left portion of your screen. And Galveston, you're going to have some storm surge. Not going to be quite as much as Louisiana, though between, I do believe, 2 to 4 feet, maybe more storm surge is possible. Especially that Galveston is kind of like on an island. So we got some water here, and hurricanes are counterclockwise systems. So Normally, the water would be rushing off of Galveston, which you'd actually have low water levels. But we have some water here, so it's might have some issues if you live in the Galveston area. That camera will be up in the upper right corner, along with this camera, which is in Houston, Texas. So we got those two cameras and more later on, possibly in the stream. So now let's take a look real quick at currently Category 4 Hurricane Laura. This is the infrared satellite. You can see just an incredibly strong storm. It looks insanely healthy on the infrared satellite here. Very well-defined eye wall here, and also very deep convection. You see those dark color showing up and also some white there. That is an indication of some very strong thunderstorms, and you can see some of that's getting very close to southwestern Louisiana, so time's definitely ticking for when this storm is going to make landfall. I do believe the storm is going to make landfall right around 12 a.m. through 2 a.m. somewhere on the southwestern coast of Louisiana, or maybe even southeastern Texas, though that chances have really gone down for that. It's most likely going to be in southwestern Louisiana for landfall on Hurricane Laura. And the National Hurricane Center has updated their cone recently, has not given out the major update yet, but I'll bring that to you the second I get it. And they think it's going to be 150 miles per hour before it makes landfall in Louisiana. So just 6 miles an hour short of being a Category 5 hurricane. Yesterday, we didn't really expect this to be a strong Category 3, maybe not even make Category 3 status. It was a Category 3 this morning, and it has ever since just strengthened very dramatically. A little over 24 hours ago, around 36 hours ago, I should say, this was a tropical storm. Now it is almost a Category 5 hurricane very, very quickly. That's what happens when you have practically no wind shear and nearly 90-degree sea surface temperatures for this hurricane to pretty much strengthen as fast as it possibly could. So now over to the National Weather Service hazards right now. We currently have hurricane warnings in effect for southwestern Louisiana and also southeastern Texas. And that kind of a dark pink color, those are the hurricane warnings. Outside of that are the tropical storm warnings, because tropical storm conditions are expected within the next 24 hours. And then dark green shaded colors, those are flash flood watches in effect, because we could have over a foot of rainfall in some regions. So now let's go to the current storm information. Let's go to actually forecast models. I'm going to go to one of the main forecast models for hurricanes, that is. This is a brand new update, so this is brand new information. So let me change it over to the wind, the velocity right here. So we're going to wait for this to load currently. You can see it's expected to make landfall. This is 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Central Time. Currently says it's going to have winds right around that 135, 140 mile per hour range when it makes landfall. It's actually expected to strengthen a little back up to around 145 miles an hour. I think this may be definitely possible a Cat 5 at landfall. And is expected to, again, right around 1 a.m. midnight Central Time. It'll go further on inland into Louisiana, still bringing very strong winds, Category 2 strength. But start getting further on into the north, start seeing those winds die down. Though still roughly a Category 1 hurricane, and gusts higher than that across portions of Arkansas and northern Louisiana. Even eastern Texas and Oklahoma is not out of the woods yet. So let's go to the precipitation and moisture over Louisiana. You can see very heavy rain, expected almost a foot of rain. Some areas could actually exceed that. Continues to bring heavy rain, though as quick as the storm came, as quick as it leaves, which is good, though it's going to bring a lot more problems further inland, again, like places like Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and eventually into, yes, the mid-Atlantic. This will make its way across the eastern half of the United States. So now let's go over to the power outage map. This is the current power outages across the entire United States. This is definitely going to change dramatically within the next handful of hours for Louisiana, Texas, possibly even Mississippi. Currently have a roughly 5,400 outages in Louisiana and 5,600 outages in Texas. Expect a lot of those to be in the hundreds of thousands by tomorrow morning, I would say. So now let's go over to the National Hurricane Center. This is the latest information on Hurricane Laura. This was as the 4 p.m. Central Time advisory should begin another one within the next hour or so, maybe a little more than that. Maximum sustained winds 145 miles an hour, movement northwest at 15 miles an hour, pretty good pace. And look at this, how large the tropical storm force winds are. This is the how far they reach. You can see Louisiana is definitely already in that, as you were almost seeing there on Doppler radar. And it's just so long. It could cover the entire state of Louisiana in just tropical storm force winds. A very, very large and destructive storm, and a pretty decent amount of hurricane force winds as well. That's why those hurricane warnings are issued across Louisiana, and tropical storm warnings shaded in blue. Now, the peak storm surge, that is really going to be the most concerning part about Laura, maybe even more than the winds in some cases, because we can expect, look at that, 20 feet storm surge within this area, very southwestern Louisiana, and that's just incredible. That could cover some two-story houses if you think about it. So just an incredibly large amount of storm surge, and you have 10 to 15 a little further to the east near the Rockefeller Wildfire Refuge, where it says here. That's still an incredibly large amount. 8 to 12 is still a lot, and extends even to some point. So now let's go to the possible storm surge amounts we could see with this hurricane. Though for some reason it does not want to load. That's a shame. I'll have to reload this in just a second, see if it goes now. Nope, probably a lot of people using the National Hurricane Center website right now, so I'll get to that once it starts cooperating a little. So you're watching live hurricane coverage of Hurricane Laura on TRA Weather. We'll continue to bring you the latest information on Laura and also its tornado warnings that pop up throughout the evening and night tonight. Watching live hurricane coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back momentarily with a brand new update on Hurricane Laura. Hello everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam. Just got a brand new update from the National Hurricane Center, the 7 p.m. Central Time advisory. Hurricane Laura has 150 mile per hour sustained winds with a minimum low pressure of 940 millibars. It is still just barely a Category 4 hurricane. 7 more miles per hour and it would be a Category 5 hurricane. It is now moving north by northwest at 16 miles an hour and is currently located 28.4 degrees north and 92.9 degrees west. You can see some of the outer bands of Hurricane Laura are already reaching into some portions of the southern Louisiana coast and have some wind gusts reported of over 30 miles per hour around the coast. So you can see there is Hurricane Laura. Again, just got the update from the National Hurricane Center. Just a handful of hours now for making landfall on the southwestern coast of Louisiana. You can see a very well-defined storm. And as I shift on over to the infrared satellite view, and it still looks just as impressive. Very, very well-defined eye wall. Very deep convection going on. Those are the reds, blacks, and whites showing up there on the satellite imagery, showing some very powerful thunderstorms. You can see it is just a couple hours away from making landfall. Already have some severe thunderstorms that have produced tropical storm force wind gusts on Louisiana, and also had multiple tornado warnings. But now the storm is getting very, very close, starting to see some very strong winds on the coast right now, and it's only going to get stronger from here. So now let's go to the National Hurricane Center. This is the very latest advisory on Laura. You can see the tropical storm force wind extent maybe even got larger than it had previously. Same goes for the hurricane wind extent. Should be making landfall again in a few hours as a major hurricane just between the borders of Louisiana and Texas. Will make its way northward into Louisiana, northern Louisiana that is, eventually weaken into a tropical storm, eventually weaken into a tropical depression by the time it gets into southeastern Missouri. Took quite a while for that, and it'll eventually become a weakened storm and go back into the northern Atlantic as possibly strengthened back to a tropical storm. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So that is the latest advisory. Again, just 7 miles an hour away from being classified as a Category 5 major hurricane. And it's just a couple hours away from making landfall. So let's go over to the peak storm surge, see if this has changed. Thankfully, it has not gotten any worse, though it has not gotten any better. Still, a very large area here of 10 to 20 feet storm surge. That will cover some 2-story houses. Outside of that, 8 to 12 feet over here near the intercoastal city area in Louisiana. Then you got the 4 to 7 feet, and then the 1 to 3 feet on the eastern side of Louisiana. Though Texas still just within that 10 to 15 foot storm surge range, then 6 to 9, and once you start getting towards Galveston, you start getting the 2 to 4 feet storm surge range. Now over for rainfall, right around 4 to 10 inches can be expected, maybe isolated spots of over a foot of rain possible in Louisiana and Texas. Now let's go over to the storm surge areas that are most likely going to get storm surge and exactly where this would be. So this is in southwestern Louisiana. All the areas under red, under the shaded color of red, have a chance of getting 9 feet or more of storm surge. Areas in orange have 6 feet getting storm surge. Areas in yellow have 3, and blue with 1 feet of storm surge. But you just see how far it goes inland. Some areas up to 40 miles inland of storm surge. That's really going to be the main concern with Hurricane Laura throughout the night tonight, along with the nearly Category 5 hurricane force winds. And those are sustained winds at 150 miles an hour. You can get gusts well above that into the 170, 180 miles an hour range, and pretty much anything that it experiences that is usually not standing afterward. So we have a storm coming very, very soon, major hurricane. And right before I do go over to the National Weather Service hazards map, and also we'll take you through the future forecast of Hurricane Laura. Let's take a look at some of the key messages. As of the, looks to be this is an advisory back, though. We'll go over these again. 1. Unsurvivable storm surge with large and destructive waves will cause catastrophic damage from Sea Rim State Park, Texas to Intercoastal City, Louisiana, including the Calcasieu and Sabine lakes. The surge could penetrate up to 40 miles inland, as I said before, from the immediate coastline, and floodwaters will not fully reside for several days after the storm. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight. Portions of the hurricane warned area, again I'll show you those in just a second, with catastrophic wind damage expected where Laura's eye wall moves onshore. Hurricane force winds and widespread damage and wind gusts will spread inland into portions of extreme eastern Texas and western Louisiana early Thursday. And finally, widespread flash flooding along small streams, urban areas, and roadways is expected to begin this afternoon into Thursday from far eastern Texas into Louisiana and Arkansas. This will also lead to minor to moderate freshwater river flooding. The heavy rainfall threat and flash and urban flooding potential will spread northeastward into the middle Mississippi, lower Ohio, and Tennessee valleys Friday night and Saturday. So let's take a look at the latest from the National Weather Service. These are the hazards map, focused on the south central United States, where most of the hazards are. Southwestern Louisiana, eastern Texas, this dark pink shaded area, those are all hurricane warnings. Hurricane conditions are expected within the next 24 hours or possibly within the next few hours, which is the case scenario for us right now. A burgundy color here, those are tropical storm warnings, and outside of that, the green shaded area, those are flash flood watches in effect, again for a lot of rain in a short period of time. Now let's go to the current forecast for Hurricane Laura. We're going to go to the HWRF model. This is the latest run of this model, and this is a model focused in on only forecasting mainly hurricanes, typhoons, and tropical storms. Let's go forward. Later on tonight is around 1 a.m. Central Time, just about to make landfall. Again, should make landfall right around midnight to 1 a.m. Central Time at 940 millibars, expected to remain about at the strength it is now. There's a chance it could strengthen a little. There's also a chance it could weaken a little, though I don't think it's going to weaken anymore. I shouldn't really say anymore. I don't think it's going to weaken at all. Later on through the night, this is very, very early tomorrow morning, right around 6 a.m., starting to make its way further on inland. Still very, very strong hurricane. And once it starts getting to northern Louisiana, this is when it starts losing its strength of hurricane status. Once you start getting to Arkansas, have hurricane force gusts, but do not have those hurricane sustained winds, so we should be at a tropical storm. Thankfully, by the time it gets to Arkansas, though, power outages can extend well into Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Texas, even into some portions of the mid-Mississippi Valley. So definitely have to watch that. But let's rewind a little here, and let's switch over to the wind. This is the wind forecast from the Hurricane HWRF model. When it starts going on shore, it's expected at 120 knots, though I do think it'll be a little stronger than that, right around 1 to 2 a.m. Central Time. Those winds continue at hurricane strength well into the night and continue on until tomorrow morning. I don't really think until tomorrow afternoon that the hurricane status will be taken away. So, storms moving very fast, going to have a lot of impacts to the entire western side of Louisiana and eventually, as I said, into the state of Arkansas. And as I said before, a lot of power outages. Going to see a whole bunch of those. May not be a lot of power outages right now, only a few in California. Those are probably due to the wide, extensive wildfires they're dealing with. There's wildfires in the west, very hot conditions in the northern plains. Severe thunderstorms were in the northeast yesterday, and we're dealing with a major hurricane in the southeast. Though these power outages will most definitely go up within the next handful of hours and throughout the night tonight, and even into tomorrow morning and afternoon. So now let's go back to the current radar. Let's switch it back to one panel here. Let's switch to base reflectivity. So this shows you the velocity going away and towards the radar site without the relative motion of Hurricane Laura. So sadly, my radar software has been maxed out here. You can see this really dark blue shaded color. There's it goes down to a little further to 160 knots, or I should say 160 miles per hour, and you can almost see that here, but my radar doesn't pick that up. It only picks up 142 miles an hour. So this entire area here is solely very strong Category 4 hurricane force winds. You can kind of see where they are and just how large they are, and that's just 142 miles an hour at least. Still extends way further than that for the hurricane force winds. That's also the same over here. It's a little weaker on this side. It was even seeing that with the reconnaissance mission for the hurricane hunters, but we have roughly 100 to 110 miles an hour here, so roughly a high-end Category 2 to Category 3 hurricane on this side. Though this side, very strong. We'll play a loop real quick. Gonna rewind it a little here, and it does get a little larger, not too much, though definitely a very large and dangerous hurricane that we are dealing with and going to deal with for the next several hours and into tomorrow. Thankfully, no more tornado warnings are currently in effect. That stopped about 15 to 20 minutes ago, where the last tornado warning was, I do believe, over right around this area, northeastern Louisiana. Yep, right there. And eventually, National Weather Service got rid of that warning, and thankfully we are warning free, though we have an on-Russian Hurricane Laura. I will continue with my live hurricane coverage of Hurricane Laura right here on TRA Weather, bringing you the very latest information on this Category 4 major hurricane. If you are new to the channel, make sure to like and share this video and subscribe to TRA Weather for all the latest weather news and information. I'll be back shortly with brand new information on major Category 4 Hurricane Laura. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam. We currently have 3 brand new tornado warnings, and they have been roughly in the exact same spot, just northeast of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So let's take a look at these 3 brand new tornado warnings. So let's go over to the northeastern New Orleans radar site. Here we go, 3 separate tornado warnings. These are both east and northeast of the Baton Rouge, Louisiana area, near the Hammond area, Independence, Greensburg, Clinton, Watson, Slaughter, St. Francisville. All those cities I listed are all under tornado warnings. You live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. Now let's go over to storm relative velocity. Let me just go over here real quick. There we go. All right, storm relative velocity. Have a little bit of rotation down here. I actually see 2 spots of rotation, one east of Hammond and one north of Hammond, though I think this one right here is the possible rotation that their National Weather Service is talking about, though. Thankfully, none of them are very strong, which is good news. However, this one, west of Independence, this is actually a pretty decent rotation with 21 miles an hour in one direction and 33 miles an hour in the exact opposite direction. So pretty decent rotation with that one. That storm is moving to the northwest at around 30 miles an hour. So pretty decent pace. If you live in the northwest of the Independence area, near the Greensburg area in Louisiana, make sure to get to your safe place. And also, this tornado warning, this specific tornado warning is in effect for central St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, north central Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, and southwestern Emite County in southwestern Mississippi until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. So we have one more tornado warning just to the west of this one near the Watson area. We've had multiple tornado warnings within these areas. This is north of Watson. It's a rather weak rotation. You can see those greens showing up. In fact, I just got a new scan. How does this one look over here? A little worse, actually. Definitely have to watch that one near the Montpelier and Independence area, though thankfully the one north of Watson is not very strong, which is good news. So, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center has Laura at a major Category 4 hurricane and also at 150 mile per hour sustained winds. That is truly incredible, just on how strong those winds are. In fact, it's probably a little hard to see, but right here I actually have it looks to be a buoy down here, and it has a wind gust of 76 miles per hour. So we have hurricane force wind gusts this far out from the center of circulation. That's a very, very long way. So it looks to be around, I would say, 150 miles or so. So that is definitely not good, seeing wind gusts of hurricane strength that far out. Though the wind gusts are steady around here to around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Those will definitely increase as the night goes on. You're watching live severe storm coverage and hurricane coverage on TRI Weather. I'll keep an eye on those 3 tornado warnings and also the latest updates on Hurricane Laura. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and share this video and subscribe to TRI Weather for all the latest weather news and information. Hello everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back with a quick update on Hurricane Laura as it approaches landfall and will make landfall within the next handful of hours. So far, you already see some bands of major Category 4 Hurricane Laura making it on shore into Louisiana, though we still have 3 tornado warnings in the eastern portion of Louisiana. So we're going to go to the New Orleans radar site. This is northeast of Baton Rouge, where we have 3 tornado warnings that both are in Louisiana, or I should say all 3 of them are in Louisiana and also extend into Mississippi. So right around the Emite area, Greensburg, Clinton, St. Francisville, Zachary, Watson, Centerville, Gloucester, near Liberty, Kentwood. If you recognize those city names, you are under tornado warning either in eastern Louisiana or southwestern Mississippi. So we're going to go to storm relative velocity. So here we go to storm relative velocity here. Let me switch that over. So this is what it looks like. Actually, let me go over to that. Let me switch that over. There we go. This is storm relative velocity. Looking at greens and reds rather close together. So we're looking possibly here near the slaughter area in eastern Louisiana, where we have 28 miles an hour one direction and 6 miles an hour in the other direction. That was pretty weak rotation. Let's hope that possible tornado is no longer on the ground. East of the Clinton area, southeast of the Felixville area, there's a little bit of rotation, but again, rather weak. And we have some wind shear actually across Louisiana and Texas, so any storms that do make their way on land in Louisiana have a pretty good chance of forming into a tornado-warned storm. Though it looks like this one's the most impressive near the Emite area, south of Fulker, and also Greensburg, where we have decent rotation, 19 miles an hour one direction and 23 miles an hour in the exact opposite direction. Live in those cities I listed within those states. Make sure to get to your tornado safe place as your area is under a tornado warning. And as Hurricane Laura approaches landfall, some of the wind gust readings are right around 30 to 35 range. I do believe those are going to go up quite dramatically in the future. In fact, we have a 75 mile an hour wind gust quite a ways away from the center of rotation from Laura. You can see that right there. 75 miles an hour. That is hurricane force wind gusts that far out from the center, which is roughly 100 miles, maybe even more than that. So, going to have a very large tropical storm force wind field and also a very large hurricane force wind field. You're watching live hurricane coverage on TRA Weather. If you haven't already, make sure to like and share this video. Subscribe to my channel, TRA Weather, for all of the latest weather news and information. And I will be back momentarily with brand new information on those 3 tornado warnings in Louisiana and Mississippi, and also an update on Hurricane Laura. You're watching live hurricane coverage on TRA Weather. you.